Okay. Looks like I am live on Twitch. Let's see. And I'm live on YouTube as well. It's got the wrong title though. Let me update those. There we go. New titles. It's so funny. My first, I came back to this like 2 years. My first tag on Bunlab's Twitch is ADHD, and the second one is LGBTQIA+. Okay, well, that's all true. Them get the breakcore on. And, yeah. Not looking for a huge audience. Oh, shit. Okay, we already have somebody in here. I'm so nervous. It's been 2 years. But today's gonna be real casual, real chill with stuff. And if audio levels are fucky, I'm gonna mess with that next time. But I figure today, Thursday, is a good of day as any to start. I've been meaning to do development stuff for... Well, I've been developing just quietly in the background, but I've been meaning to do these streams a long ass time. Let me... This is so funny. In this Laputa Discord, I actually have to... I think... No, it's still here. I have to ping the stream people. Gosh, it's been forever. Yeah, hang out, chill. If you want to come in, come out, I don't mind. I'm going to be hyper fixated on our programming tasks for today, which are specifically we got to add our background. We got to add some stuff to it. A lot of things have changed in 2 years. If you're watching the VODs of these, then pretty much everything's changed. With Laputa, there was about a 1-year delay on just updating the game to be compatible with Godot 4.0, which was a huge update, not only to the program that Laputa is made in, but the language that Laputa is programmed in. The whole thing kind of changed from underneath my feet, so I had to make a decision, either update or use outdated code, and I decided to update. It was a huge nightmare because behind the scenes there was not only just all the update work, but there was a ton of spaghetti code and various nonsense going on in the background. And it took a full calendar year of work to clear up at a slow pace. But let me show you some of the stuff that are functional in here now. I could do this in a bigger window. Thankfully, it's not all broken. Yeah, this is cool. This one, Godot 4.4.1 options is to just play embedded, so I can edit variables. I've got a window off to the side here, which I might show. Nope. my settings for double monitor setup are outdated. Yeah, they're showing the wrong monitor. Oh well, I'll just have to update that next time. OBS feels like streaming with ancient ruins, honestly. But here we've got some new stuff with the editor, which is the primary function of like what I've been working on. Nice movable boxes now that are actually properly resizable and all that. That actually like you can kind of see between them a little bit. Background that actually resizes properly based off of the window screen. This background has been. This is some art, placeholder art by my lovely background artist Kat. But really lovely stuff. And it looks lovely here when you zoom out a bit. But when it's in-game here, it's a little bit flat just because of the way it's positioned. We are not seeing all of those layers. So one of the things that I could do is, well, I could go back to the base file that this belongs to. And that was my original intention. Here's the sprite file for that. Looks nice and lovely in a bunch of different layers. But also, when it gets exported, it looks more like this. So it's really just a sprite sheet with different layers on it that get converted into parallax layers. But the problem is the height of these layers is really super important. Because we're scaling these backgrounds at a factor of 4, at least when the game is playing in 1080p. You can see 1 pixel here is 4 pixels. Because we're sticking to that scale factor, we're not just resizing it arbitrarily. The pixel size of this image actually really matters on how large the image is displayed. So that runs into the problem where it's like, okay, if I have a level that's really tall, that's great. I can have a background where each of these layers are really tall, but if I want to use it for a very small background, it fucks up. You're just not seeing as much of it. So instead of the back and forth of this, I want to make another variable for our background code, which we've got some variables already to edit these things. Here's the window where we can edit that. We can set the texture here, the amount of layers, and this is all of the scale factors for the parallax. So 0 means it doesn't move at all, that's the background layer, it's not moving. And 1 means it moves exactly with the tiles, it moves exactly with the camera. So we scale it, and it moves slightly less and less and less, and it looks like it's farther off. The idea is it goes from closer is higher and lower is farther. We also have some options with the way it focuses. This is a bit weird, but bottom basically means that the closest this black layer sticks to the bottom of the level. You can see here it's not actually doing that because this isn't set to 1. If I set this to 1 like that, you can see it sticks to the bottom of the level. We set this to top. Okay, that isn't actually working like I thought it would. What it should be doing, and I think it is doing this, but it should be setting this to align with the top layer. It's just there's a lot of blank space here, so you can't really tell. But for most levels we want it to stick at the bottom here. Then this is just how you want to tile. If you want to tile these things vertically, usually just want to tile them horizontally so it's a repeating texture. So with the yada 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 and kind of out of the way, there are two things I really want to accomplish today, and that is we should be able to, and this is really interesting, and I can show you it better with this embed mode. I've got a screen off to the side here where I can edit the variables of everything in the game, and I can go like while they're in the game, which is extremely helpful. I wish I had it earlier. I can turn on parallax layers, make them visible. Let's move a little bit down so we can see them. There we go. So this one, it's super easy. I can edit all the variables here. I can even edit the variables for position, for example. There we go, we just shifted it to the side, right? And if we animated this, you get the vibe, right? We can make this so that it's animated as if it's moving, which is going to be really important for a train sequence. Let's see if I have concept art of that. There's some concept art for it, but it's going to be a large, like, open. This is like the opening of the game. There's going to be a large kind of open on rails kind of section almost. If you know, there's like one Gmod map that does this, where you're in a train, right? And you're not actually moving in the train. The background is moving to simulate the effect of the train moving. So that's what we really want to do here. We're going to move, we're going to have these tiles be moving, which is, it's going to be like an animation probably. And then this whole background is going to move horizontally. So that's one thing. The other thing I want to accomplish today, and this kind of ties into it, is if I get back in here, I zoom out, it'll show you it better. But our height of these Y layers is really interesting. Hi, Ash. These Y layers, the height of the Y layers is actually based off of how tall they appear here. And that would be easy if it was just that's it. But it's not quite that simple because we've got the effect of parallax. It's the height changes based on where we're looking at it from. So to get a general feel of how high it is really hard to do when you're making graphics, and that's what me and Kat has kind of come across, right? It's very hard to tell how high the horizon line is going to be in any given level, or just with any given asset. So instead of having to tweak this, like, where is this? Instead of having to go like this, export it, go back in, oh, it's not that right, so I'll move it a little bit lower, go back, export, put it back. It would be easier, and it would be so much nicer if I could create a variable for it. Just like we were moving it horizontally to animate it. Let me grab that again. Like I can animate it by, not by changing the size, but changing the position horizontally. But we can also put an offset on it by moving it up and down. And that offset should stay when we leave and we get a kind of background that's a little bit taller, a little bit smaller, etc. That's the goal. Really just creating two variables for those two things. So to do that, I need to change the way that these level limiters work, which is, this is actually code that belongs to this bounding box here, which sets the size of the level. The background limiter, the level limiter is what sets the background. So I've got, just added this one, height offsets, and then how do we want to store the information of how it should have been made, right? It should be a dictionary, because each, well, here's the thing, right? Each of these layers is going to move differently depending on parallax. Let me bring this up. Let's see. I just organized this this folder. It's so nice. Got all my inspiration just in. It's like half the size of the game, by the way. It's so funny. But it's nice to have it all in one place now. If I could only read it. It would be missed? Yeah, it is. Here we go. So here's a PNG of Doggy Wyvern. It's a unreleased game by Daisuke Amaya, the creator of Cave Story, and it uses parallax in a very interesting way. I wish I had the GIF version of this, but you can kind of get the vibes for it, where it's a parallax background. This mountain moves, these rocks move, this grass moves, but the movement is just as you'd expect. The grass closest to you moves way faster than the grass in the background. We already have that effect working specifically because the parallax layers in Godot don't just work off of the verticality of where we are, they work on the horizontal part of where we are. So you can see stuff in the background doesn't move very quickly, but stuff in the foreground does move very quickly. I like that because it's automatic. It's automatic based on the scale. But if we were to move it manually, it would no longer have that automatic parallax to it. It would no longer scale it properly. So what we could do is we already have the information necessary. We could take the information from here, because this first column, right, is the x, which is horizontal, and the second column is the y, which is the vertical. If we take these values, 0, 0.4, 0.6, 0.7, 0.9, we can multiply that by the amount of movement that we want, I don't know, every frame to have, so that they're all moved according to their scale. I think that'll work, but I don't know if it'll apply the effect twice. That's the big thing. It might already account for the parallax because they're parallax layers. Okay, so instead of overthinking it, let's do it without first, and then if it's not applying the parallax effect, let's do it with. I think that would be the simplest thing. So since we just want a uniform speed of how many pixels it moves per frame, I suppose, we can just set it here. What would I call it? Horizontal movement speed. We really wouldn't ever want this to go vertical, would we? I'll just type it in as horizontal movement speed in case we add that later. Speed should be enough to imply. We're going to set this to, I guess, a float. And then we want it to be equal to 0 to start with. So now we've got this in the level limiter. Horizontal speed, we've also got the layer height offsets. So that works. Now we have to add the background resource also needs this as well. So here's the code for the background resource. Really simple. It just stores this data so that we can call it up later. And we are literally just going to steal this. Okay. We currently only have 2 of these. I'm going to start creating these. The height offset should be a float because these I'm pretty sure these are vector 2, just vector 2s. Yeah, they're. And so for the height offsets, since we're only like applying it to the height, we only need one float. Oh yeah, and no, right, the key should be an integer, because I'm pretty sure these keys integers? It's showing them as floats here, but I think they're integers. Yeah, Godot just does that for some reason. So I should set this to a float equal to 0, and then just see if I can copy that. What is going on here? Dictionary size 1, new key, 1, new value, 0. Okay, that's what it's doing. New UI. So this says that we are not setting any offsets for all of these 5 layers. Let's save that. So I already got the horizontal speed set. Let's do it for this one too. New key will be integer and our value will be a float. And just keep doing that. Up to 4. Okie doke. So that should work. Now we just need to be able to import this and actually be able to read this data. So let's see where it breaks first, and that will tell me where it's not, well actually, there's going to be like 2 things here. We have to set a place where it will read this information, and we have to set a place where it will set this information once we change it here. Because right now, it's not adding buttons for it, since these are added. I believe the inspector code does that. That's the code associated with that right-hand window. Did I call it editor inspector or something stupid like that? No, it's just called inspector. Okay, so So we got the background, we're creating the buttons based off the layers. The next thing would be creating the offsets based off the layers. So we can say if it has the layer, I'm gonna create a button called layer height offsets. I'm gonna change the UI portion of this, honestly. Because it is getting a bit bulky. But this should just be the code for now. Layer scales, layer and then we want it to be type float. And then if we don't have one of those for that, we'll just create it with the value of 0. As simple as. Next button I want to create is, what was it called? I called it horizontal speed. And limiter. And then it will be a float. That should work. Let's see if it adds the buttons to start with. It doesn't like the key of 0 in the base object dictionary. Because it wants to find 0 as a float, this could be the thing. But let's see, what is it trying to get? This is in limiter layer height offset. Limiter layer height offsets is dictionary size 0, so it is trying to find something in here and I can't find it. I was thinking because I edited the presets, it would be fixed, but I think what's happening is the level limiter itself, no, it doesn't have anything preset here. Let's try the level that we loaded. That could be the problem. Here's the level, here's the level limiter, and it looks like this is proper. It's got dictionary size 5 with 5 entries, starting with 0. So why isn't it getting anything? Oh, that's right, because this is just the stuff for the resource. Here, it actually needs that info too. It's a bit weird to write this manually, but it's not the hardest thing to do. Yep, okay, there we've got it. Save the level, and let me do that for my other levels too. Looks like I haven't updated these ones. Yeah, because the layer scales aren't here. I'm just going to update. I'm just gonna put it right there on the to-do list. So we're not done with today until I fix that, but I have a feeling I'll be messing around more with this. Okay, and it loads. And it adds all of these little, a bunch of junk here basically, but it's good. Ideally, I'm gonna change it so. God, I can barely read that shit here. Okay, so it's not good, but it's better. This is why the UI is kind of a problem here. This sewer slug is a little bit too hard. After this album, I'm gonna switch to macro blank for some smooth jazz. So, well, the problem is they're intermingled here, and that's a really easy fix, just because the way I'm adding the buttons. But the second problem that deals with the readability here, I would want to pair these ideally, but pairing them gets weird because I could make one big button for them all. I don't really want to do that. Let me just try adding them in the right order first. See how that looks. It feels weird doing this twice, that's why I wanted to make it more compact, but I can make code more compact visually. if not actually more efficient to run. Doesn't that look better? That doesn't look like a mess at all. Is this good ASMR? I can never tell. I feel like I yap too much. It helps me work through the process. I'm just noticing already that dev streams are way more organized in my brain than not talking and just developing without talking. It feels like I'm teaching a class. By the way, Ash, are you both viewers on the YouTube and Twitch stream? I'm kind of curious. Because I thought I was streaming to people earlier, but it turns out I've got the YouTube and Twitch stream up at the same time. Oops. You're just on Twitch. Alright. Hi, YouTube viewer. Calling you out directly like that shit. Layer height offsets, so these buttons don't actually do anything right now. And I really gotta get my shit together of how this looks visually, because it's a bit overwhelming. Ideally, I could create buttons that are groups of information, but to do that visually is weird. Like, I would just have this called layer scales, and then I would order it in pairs. Let me do a mock-up. Like, if that's the button, right? And then it would be an order pair like this. And you'd write the info here. That's all well and good, but and then you got the variable name. If I just do this, oh, I can create this in Flash. It's crazy. You can see it's not really much better than what we have right now. It's just barely visually more clear than what I've already got going on here. Like, this is a lot of visual noise here, but it's also just a fuck ton of wasted space. Like, I could squeeze 2 on a line, but it's not that much better. Because it also kind of creates the false impression that those 4 variables are somehow related, when only these 2 are. The other thing I could do is I could make the font super small on these buttons. Like, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to make the font smaller. Just do that in general. There's also all of these trailing zeros that are not significant. The reason why I have those is because if I type, for example, 1111111, it will truncate to this. The variable is actually 1 with 8 zeros, but it's only showing me 3 here so that it doesn't clutter up the view. But because the way I'm truncating it here, it's fucked. It shouldn't show these zeros at all. There might be a thing in the... Go remote, go to the editor layer. Editor, secondary window, handles, inspector, margin VBox, scroll. It's so crazy how many things you need to go through. Because all of this is node-based. It's not, I'm not placing these buttons anywhere, I'm just placing them in relation to each other, which is one of Godot's like best and worst things. It's nice, but it's also finicky as all hell. It makes things rescale like way easier. It's a lot like HTML, like UI code. Okay, so I've got a scroll bar with a VBox with a bunch of buttons here. Like, there's one of the buttons being selected. And in this is a panel, another panel. My chair's broke. And an HBox with a spacer, a button, another HBox, a bunch of stuff that's not visible here because it's not the right variable type. The vector2x input, which is this line edit right here, and then this line edit right here. So, can I caret, right icon, max length, I can set the max length to 3. Oh, and that counts the period. Yeah, that would work, but that's not... Now that I think about it, I don't want to do that because, for example, if I put 10.0, yeah, then it only shows that many. So what I want to do is not based in the line edit at all. It's actually based in the way the number is displayed. I gotta go into format strings. My fucking hated. Let's go to property button. Here's the scene for the property button. Here's the two inputs for that vector 2. But if we go into the code of it, the vector 2 is being shown as this string right here. Percent sign dot 3f and then percent sign property value dot x. This is basically saying that percent is like a placeholder and it's being put here, so the actual value of x is put here, and then these symbols aren't literal as a string. Even though they're in the string brackets, it's not literally going to print out this. It's code that tells the string how to be formatted. Godot has a bunch of these. Let me pull up. So we've got stuff like f, which is, it sets it to a decimal real number, which is just a float. We've got the dot, which says how many decimal places of precision if it's set to. And so we got, what, 0.3, it'll pad 3 zeros. But we don't really want to pad 3 zeros. Like, we are setting the precision, right? We want to set precision, but we do not want to pad the zeros. So let's see if we can do that. We might have to use my absolutely hated dynamic padding, which is, it's like, it should be easy, but it's not that fucking easy. Dynamic padding is padding based off of an array of variables. So, like, we have to basically read the number to see if it ends in 0 and then change the padding based on that. Really fucking weird shit. So here, this is kind of what we want to do. Pad to a length of 7, round to 3 decimal places. We don't want to worry about padding, so we can get rid of that. But arrays are, this should be easy. But this is less about the fact that it's an array and more about the fact that we have to parse the string, which I do a lot, but I really don't like doing. So what we can do is we can just take this and say, oh, we want to make our string instead of padding 3, want to pad, we're telling it to pad X basically here. And then when we feed it the thing to pad, or the thing to, what do you call it? To be precise to, we have to tell it the precision here, and then tell it here. So these two statements are basically equivalent here. But why we want this is because we can edit this now. So for example, var and actually it's an integer, so just 3. And now we can substitute this here, and now we're like one step away, right? How do we get the precision from the number? If we want it to abbreviate it, get rid of any zeros, any, insignificant digits. But I never learned that science shit, but like the difference between significant and insignificant zeros, it's just like every other field besides, chemistry, ignores the idea of significant and insignificant zeros. It's crazy. Yeah. I get they need it for that, because it's like, they have to specify, they should just write a number afterwards, like rounded to, this decimal place. I'm of the idea that you shouldn't round at all. Like, if we have computers and shit that can do math, like, you should not be rounding until the very fucking end of whatever formula you're doing, right? If we have, we should have, like, a standard of, like, any formula has to go to, like, 100 decimal places while you're doing the calculation so that it's as accurate as possible, or some shit like that. That should just be standard. In programming, since you're not doing any of those intermediary steps, like, that would be really fucking hard to do on pen and paper. But like, we got computers, it's way easier. It makes the point almost moot. My point is we have to extract how much precision we want based off of the property value, which is, we have to kind of look into how floats work in Godot, and I hate that. Besides the fact that floats are just not precise in their inception, right? We have to, like, evaluate what it approximately equals. That's the weird thing. We can't just take, for example, right? You've done that, like, in some languages it'll work like that. So it's like print 2 plus 1, right? And it'll come up with 3.00001. And it's like, okay, the float precision is not completely accurate. And while, like, we would want a number like this, we usually come out with a number like this. So if I told the game to find, like, okay, if we want to strike this to, like, how precise this number is, it would tell us, it would find this 1 at the end here, and it would say, okay, yeah, I found that 1, and I'm going to make the precision of this, like, what is this, 10 or something like that, right? It's just no good. So we need to do some stuff. First of all, we need to round it. We need to, like, okay, let's round it to the nearest, like, precision of 3. Because that's what we're already doing, displaying it. We're not really losing any information there. So let's see. These are like, how many This is just basic GD script stuff. No, do not have this. Global scope, that's what I'm looking for. There we go. Round a float, and then we want to round it to... This just rounds it to the nearest whole number, but we want to snap it. We want to snap it. To the nearest 0.001. 0.001. Okay, so that'll get us this number that will start like this will become this. So that's what the stage we're at now. But that's not all we need, because eventually we want to come out of this with precision of 0, basically. So how do we transform this number into 0 and this number into 3, basically? That's the idea. Let's see. Returns the position of the... Oh, here we go. This is literally just it. Returns the first position of the first non-zero digit after the decimal point. Notice the maximum return value is 10. Yeah. So, n is 0, 1.005, n is 4. Okay, that was so lucky. This is exactly what we want. Step decimals, but can I... It returns an integer, but we want to do it with snapped. And then that is all we need to do. Okay, so let's try this out. We've got that, and then we've got that. Let's save that, and let's see if it works. Stupid fucking chatbots. Ain't Restream nice? I can just do that in like 2 clicks. Yes, let's go! It just fucking works. Okay. I'm actually like super hyped about that. We got some macro blank on in the background. So ideally, right, if I type 1 here, it will just give me 1. Type 2.6 gives me that. If I point 2.0, it'll just give me 2. And if I point 6.000001, it'll give me 6 because it'll round up. Let's go. Yeah, okay, so that literally just works. Let's put that on the Y, and let's put it on the float as well. I could probably make this a function, honestly. Considering we're going to use it 3 times, I don't know if it's necessary. Let me just, like, pop this in here, and then... pop it in there. It looks messy, but that is really all we need to do. It works. And then we can pop that into the way that it does floats. Property value. So now all of our floats will look like that. Integers, why am I doing it like this, by the way? Is this right? I'm describing them as a float? Why would I ever do that? I don't know why. Because this will set it to... I'm pretty sure that'll set it to precision of 0, but as a float, which is the same thing as if I used the format string of integer, simple real number, expects integer, decimal, yeah, if I just did this, no, if I did this, it would be exactly the same. And I also don't know why I'm putting this as a string, because it looks like I don't need to do that at all. And why I am putting the property value as an integer, I guess it doesn't need to be an integer. This might actually break, because these might property value.x might need to be a float. It might not. Looks like it doesn't need to be. And then these will all get set to 0, but because they're floats, I can do 5.667. Nope, okay. So it doesn't set them properly, but that's not a problem with the buttons themselves or the way they're displaying. It's actually a problem with the way our inspector is editing that. Because we're creating the background here, but we actually need to also be able to set it here. Background. Let's add, what did I call it? Horizontal speeds? Horizontal speed? Yeah. This is just telling it how to edit it when we edit it. By reading the label on it. Which I know is more string parsing, but it works and it makes it very legible for me. Doesn't add more lines of code, even if it's prone to messing up, ideally. And then we need to copy this and add it here with, instead of layer scales, we're talking about layer height offsets. And then instead of layer scales, snapped. Argument X must be, yeah, okay. So it needs to make this property value, which at this point is literally just a string. It needs to make property value into a float. This just makes it ridiculously long, but I will do so. Literally. Ash, do you know what a string literal is? It's a rhetorical question. I'm going to explain it anyways. It's really interesting because you'll notice that, okay, so when we type something, if we type print gabagool, it'll just print that. But you'll notice if we print this, it doesn't print the string literal. Like, it prints based off of this. It's code, it's not printing literally these characters. If we wanted it to print those characters literally, we add a backslash. Okay, hold on, is it 2 backslashes, or is it what? I think it might be 2. I don't know why. It's usually just 1, but that's to escape this sequence here. I think it's because the backslash is like a valid character for the ampersand to read, so I need to like escape it twice. It's weird. But yeah, and like, for example, there's very common ones like /n, right? Where it's like, you notice this is in gray and this is in yellow. It's not actually reading /n. This is another code for the thing to type. So is, if we type this, right? And this affects vector 2's on ready. So I'll pull up this right here. Actually, it'll show here as well. Let's see, where is it? There we go. Gabagool, new line, spaghetti. And it prints it a bunch of times because apparently that code was running a bunch. But it's, oh, you can barely see it behind me. I'll get out of the way a little bit. But you can see here too, it's just printing that line and then it's printing a new line. That's what \n means. And that's all well and good, but like if we ever wanted to type \n, it will just create a new line. So what do? We can escape the sequence. So let's see. I believe if we escape it like this, using an extra backslash, it will actually print the \n as a string literal. There's also another way to do this. There we go, gabagool \n spaghetti. And interestingly enough, it won't print the escape character, which is that backslash, because it's really just more code. So like, oh, what if I wanted that to do? Oh, I would escape that escape. Or I could escape that escape, you know? So that this is now being printed. It's so funny. Get into like a loop of that if you want to. I believe there's another way to do string literals with like single quotes or something in Godot. It makes it way easier to read than escaping stuff a bunch of times, but I think it's just a funny quirk of programming escape characters, because usually they don't matter, but in my text editing system they totally did. I had to like escape and unescape. Like if I wanted a character to literally say backslash, I couldn't. I would have to escape that backslash, so I had to write like code. Of course, they would never say backslash, but if they did, it would break the code. Funny stuff like that. Anyways, I talk too much, but we have a fully functioning thing here. It's not pretty, not at fucking all, but it is functional. Yeah, that's the problem, Ash. It's not just about like what's common, it's about edge cases, right? They tell you this in design as well, just product design, but you don't design for the average market, right? In World War II, they designed for jets, American jets, they designed seats that would be ejector seats that have a parachute on them, right? These are like very specific designed seats so that they can't really be adjustable like other seats. They can't be like having a headrest or anything like that. They gotta be made to standard, right? And since it's during war and you gotta factory assemble them, they all gotta be the same size. So the people who are making these seats say, okay, well, you know what? What's the average height of American man specifically? And they're like, I don't know if it was 5'8" or 5'6" or 5'11", whatever it was somewhere in between there, right? Let's say 5'8", because people were shorter back then, but not by a lot. But they set these seats at the size, and they produced them, manufactured them, and got through the whole process, and they realized, like, maybe 20%, almost nobody fits these seats because they were designed for the average. And turns out very few people are the average. Really interesting stuff, anecdote in terms of design. But just like in programming, we have to count for everybody. Every single thing that could go wrong will go wrong. And if it does, that happens 5 months down the line and we don't know where we went wrong. Having that foresight in terms of design is what makes robust code, not just code that runs fast or works well for your situation, but code that works well for every inevitability. Because if it can go wrong, it will go wrong. Let's start creating some stuff here. Actually, and then set horizontal speed to 1, and we'll save this as tile planes. So we have all this information, we can store this information, we can call it up, everything's perfect, except we don't have any way to read this information yet. So that comes back to our old buddy, the guy who's been running this whole thing behind the scenes, the level limiter again, needs to have some code to read this. So here's when we're setting up the layers, and here's when we are setting the resource. So we should have it here as well. So layer, height offsets, layer height offsets. And then the other variable that we added was, what, horizontal speed? It looks like we also need to update this for, yeah, the far back tile mode. That's probably why that wasn't updating. there's probably a way more efficient way because this is like all the same thing, but for now I can just do this. We really aren't going to be changing this too much. I just gotta remember to do it. Yeah, so this will set up when we change the background resource, but the setup layers is what will change basically whenever we change the level. This is what's setting the parallax layers that are disconnected from this node, but kind of are controlled by this node. So really we're only really concerned with this function. We've got the texture rect, which is the rectangle that has the texture in it. And then we are setting the tile mode of the texture rect here, which basically tells it if it tiles, where to place it, and where to place it, or how big to make it in the Y direction. What we want to do is change its position, not Y, for all of these. And we can actually do this probably before set tile mode, honestly, because it's independent of the way that it tiles. So let's do it. Let's do it right afterwards. Position add equal to our layer height offsets with the value of L, because I believe no, layer index, that's right. So that should be the first step. Because of the way that I've set it up, let's see, no. Get index 0 on base dictionary, lovely. Is it? No, it is self layer height offsets. It's a dictionary of size 0 here, though, for whatever reason. Is it because I'm not? Oh, no? Nope, it's not that. Let's run the game without that line. Where was it? Here. Let's just run it without that. Bookmark that. It doesn't like, because it says it doesn't have any of those. I clearly did add it to the level, and I also added it to the resource, so I don't know why it's saying it doesn't. Let's look at the level limiter, and yeah, sure enough, it says it doesn't have anything here. So strange. Maybe it's I wrote one of those lines wrong here, actually. Layer height offsets is set to value.layer height offsets. So that's all correct. Let's check the background code, layer height offsets, and let's check the... Oh, for some reason it's saved as at a dictionary size 0. That's so strange. We can still add it back, so I don't know why. If it doesn't add again, then it's a problem, but for right now, it probably just got messed up. Save that, run that. Let's see. Set it to 200. Doesn't seem like it's reading that at all, but it isn't broken. Let's save this as the resource and see if it gets invalid key 0 again. Let me check the level again. It's set to 0 again. That's so strange. It could be that it's setting them all to 0 here. Let's try creating tiled planes, setting the key, and then set the value to a float of 0.6 for all of them. That'll confirm if it's messing up. Save that. We will literally just load in. And check the remote. The remote says that it's still got the layer height offset of 5, or size 5, and then it's still in the resource as well. If we pop this open, these should all be 0.6, which they are. So that's all perfect. Let's try changing this to 0.8, and let's see what it reads. Dictionary size 5, the first one is 0.8, so that's all perfect. If we try saving it, does it mess up? Save it as tiled planes, overwrite it. And now, when we overwrite it, it thinks that it doesn't exist. Here's the limiter, and yeah, the offset's there. That is... Why is it doing that? It's not this line here. This is just the one that's trying to get it. It would be here. Let's go to inspector on changed code first. On property changed is probably the one we're looking for. On property changed. Oh, are we literally not setting it here? No, no, we are. It's possible that I might have made a typo here. Layer height offsets. Type it as this. Without this preset. Level limiter, layer height offsets. That is the right way to write that. Setting it to property value. That's all correct. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong here necessarily, unless this is not matching. We can print something real quick to do that. I hate having to add this every single time, but it's only when we save it that it messes up. Let's see if it actually prints that properly. We've got our zeros. We should save it as tiled planes, overwrite it, and did it output at all? It didn't output at all. It's almost as if it didn't hit that code. Maybe I should be on the other side of the screen. For next stream, I might be on the other side of the stream, bottom right corner. I'm gonna take a brief BRB here. Just gonna look shit. Okie doke. Hopefully the tracking should be like minusculely better now because I've got the lights on. Could even turn them up to full brightness, but kind of funny watching you duck out of the way every so often. I hope I'm not messing with your work too much. I don't want you getting caught at work like watching my streams. I'm always nervous about like doing stuff like that at work. I don't watch stuff as much as I listen to it. Okie doke. So, what am I doing? It's tricky because it sets it to 0 here. If you're on your phone, it's important. I hope. For stuff, I'm thinking about this stream, right? If I end up doing streams, this is only like if, right? But if I end up making it a thing, like there's a priority of I want to get a BRB screen. I want to commission an avatar or make the one that I already was like making of Juniper into an avatar. Maybe a 2D PNG. I don't know. It's a big if. And number 3 would be just more professional setup in general. It's the kind of thing I don't need right now because these are just kind of when I feel like doing them kind of streams. What's so creepy? I was just taking a drink. It like loses tracking. Height offsets. Yeah, they keep getting reset to 0. Why are they getting reset to 0 during the save phase only? And what's also interesting is that my print, yeah, print poop is not actually triggering at all. So like, this is the line that's getting stuck on, and if I look for my print, it's here, down here. So it's getting stuck during display data, and I am trying to print something during the property change phase, which I believe it only, yeah, it displays data after it changes the properties. So, but it displays data to update the buttons. It's getting stuck here because it doesn't know if it has the layer at all. Yeah, and it doesn't know if it has the layer because the limiter's layer offset, here's the limiter, and its layer offset is being set to 0. So we really just have to see, there's only a certain amount of things that are actually setting the layer height offset. Wait a second, is it called layer height offset? No. Offsets. It's not just a simple typo. So here's the part where we set background resource. Here's where we actually are changing the value of that. And we're setting it equal to the background resource value's version of the layer height offsets. So where are we calling this? Set background resource, we're calling it here. When it's being set, we call this function to set it. And we set it on startup, but that's not the problem. If it was on startup, then we would already know about it because it just would have dictionary size 0 on startup. So there's something else, probably here, that's setting... No. Is something calling setup on it? Doesn't look like it's calling setup on it. I don't know why I'm printing here, just to be honest with you. No, here. Let's get rid of that for now. And let's go here, and let's just make sure that we're actually print range bk resource. Oh, it's gonna crash immediately. No? Shockingly, I don't think... Okay, it will. Index 0 on object dictionary. That's talking about this. Shouldn't it will it'll create the buttons, but it won't create the variable values. Let's see, maybe there's something here, because I remember we had to create a bunch of ones that are 0. Not just in the create button, but in this itself. Yeah, motion scale. Let's try adding it here, because this might be the thing. Although this is setting the motion scale of it. We actually don't need that. That's just something built in. But isn't there something else that we're setting to vector 2.0? No, we're only setting that. Okay, well, you know what? Let's go ahead and test it somewhere. It's such a pain. And it should print the fact that it's setting up. In fact, it's already printing that. Change background resolution. It's doing it basically whenever we're changing the background. I save this. Let's see the output. It saved it and it changed the background resolution. What's interesting here is, it seems to be saving it before it changes the background resolution. I don't know if that's wrong or not, to be honest with you. We're getting to that phase of getting lost in the woods here. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. so funny. Yeah, I'm getting lost in the woods of the coding. Of the code. I've lost the plot, basically. We are changing the level limiter. We are changing this value. What I might want to print here instead is I might want to print the... I'll add a stop here. And then I'll check what the value is when we're setting the background resource. Because this is the only time that it should be actually changing what the background resource's value is. Or what the level limiter's values are. There's something else that's changing the background resource to values that aren't correct. And maybe I should investigate that, actually. Because whatever is saving... Create save button background. If I go to... the code of that save button, target saved. If it's a background, then we will save it in this directory and we'll open up the save dialog. Bring up the inspector and the save dialog. And then here we go. Oh my god, is it really we're just not... This is like literally what I've been stuck on for this whole time. We are literally just not saving that value. That's why it's at 0. It's literally just not saving it. This is why, like, having your shit in like a billion different places just messes with you to no end. It's always like typos and stuff. And then we also want to change that horizontal speed. Gosh, that was way harder than it needs to be. I can get rid of all of these random prints that I'm doing here. This one we will have. And then we're not going to print poop anymore. And we are not going to worry about that line anymore. Now, the last time I actually have to redo this, and then we're through the woods. Let me know, let's see, float and, oh yeah, position.x. Actually position.y, because this is the height offset, and we don't want to add it actually. We do want to add it, it's just the fact that these height offsets, they kind of have to be negative numbers, because Godot is weird, it makes sense. Things start in the top left corner, and so positive y values are actually down, negative y values are up. It's different from other programs, but I generally just kind of get used to it, you know? It's not a bad system inherently. This is a bit annoying. Okay, so let's change these. Okay, operands float and string. It is reading it as a string. Why is it reading it as a string? Let's see if we can get layer height offsets. This is not a string. Is this a string? 20. Is that a string? It doesn't appear to show me. But I could set the type. Actually, I know what's going wrong. It's the property button. Is that text is being set that way? No, I don't know what's going wrong. It might be setting these as strings, but it's not doing that with the previous ones, so I don't know why it would be. Like, it really should be floats. Position.y is absolutely a float, and it is reading this as a string. Ain't no way. Layer heights offset 0 is a string. Why is it a string? Yeah, it's not even, like, displaying it like it would, It's wherever we're setting this. We're not specifying the type, that's why it can be a dictionary with values that are anything. But it should not be saying it as a string. Let's find. My main concern is we don't have the problem with this, so it's something we're doing different here, comparatively. In the inspector, probably. Create the button. We are setting the level limiter, level height offset of that equal to property value. Okay, so why is it reading the property value as a string though? Bigger question, why isn't it reading as a string for the other one? Maybe it has something to do with the buttons themselves, because it's using the float button instead of the vector 2 button. There might be something in the vector 2 button that is messing with the way that it gets read. Okay, I didn't want to define it as this, but this will find it out pretty easily. I think when we create a dictionary, we can define a type of that dictionary, like we can do with a typed array. Let's see. Or maybe we can't. Okay, let's just not mess with that then. It really matters when we're setting the layer height offset. It's like when we print it, we should be interpreting it as a... So for example, this property button on... Here we go. Okay, so this is exactly the problem here. We're converting the new text to a float here, and then do we literally not have a float? Oh no. This is so weird. Oh, no way. We don't even have a float on this thing. We're actually just typing it as a string. Okay. That makes sense. I'll create a new button entry that is literally just a float, and then disconnect on text, what is it, entered? Text submitted. That's so funny. On text entered, on vector 2x text entered. Let's connect it with on float text entered. Yeah, I gotta clean up these names here. Let's add that to our to-do. And I actually want to change the way that these property buttons take the signals, because currently we have to press enter to make them chooch, but I really just want to not have to do that every single time. That being said, this will be easy enough to do here. Yeah, all these names are like absolutely terrible. They should be standardized to something like this, but it should actually be text submitted. I don't know why we're returning a void there. Or specifying that the new text has to be a string, because it'll always be a string. I don't know. Sometimes Godot does stuff that is just completely redundant. Property value, emit signal, property changed. Yeah, that looks good. Now it won't submit it as a string anymore, or it shouldn't. I might have to make it type, actually. Let me just check. float. Yeah, it's gonna say string visible, but we'll tell it to do the float, and then to set the float text equal to, my god. Yeah, we are snapping it to those 3 decimal places already. It's kind of, it's almost as if we didn't need to do that again. Oh wait, no, this was the new code I wrote, that's right. Okay. Let's go! Todd Howard, it just works. Let's set this to 1,000. For some reason it raised that one up. That's interesting. 0, 200 should lower it. 1,000 should lower it more, but it's almost as if it wrapped around. What would be nice is the ability to have like a hold it slider. It goes up and down, but that sounds really messy to implement. That's so strange. 400, it goes down. 500, it goes down. 700, it... Yeah, that's right, because it's tiling both directions. That's the problem. Well, not problem necessarily. If we turn this off and we turn only tiling horizontally, we can see the back layer is still going down as it should. So just is 0, yeah. So interesting. Okay, so now we have this kind of ultimate power at our fingertips. The best way to use it... First of all, I hate this window. I gotta make this window bigger so it actually shows the entire thing. But let's mess around with it a little bit. Alright, let's make sure save works. Please, thank you. Okay, so we can kind of go in and say, okay, I like these scales as they are, but I want the layers 1 and 2 to be higher, so I'm going to set them to negative 300 pixels. Let's set it to negative 100. And then I can set the layer above it to negative 200 pixels. That's right, they're getting nearer, that's why. So let's set negative 50. Yo, okay, so that starts to look better. We save that. Pop it out, and yo! Yeah, that looks nicer already. See, it messes with the way that it parallaxes, I believe. I mean, it should still parallax as normal, though. The only thing that's really controlling, like this dark gray layer and this light gray layer are very close to each other, but that's because they're close in terms of scale. Yeah, 0.6, 0.7. We'll put this... Let's set them more evenly. 0.3, 0.5 right in the middle. 0.7, 0.9. Yeah, we really gotta change the way that it enters that. But if I save this, can see that we've got more separation between those two layers now. Just a little bit more separation. So okay, that's like half of the stuff that we need to do today. I wish I could strike through. Google that. Top menu language markdown. Language. Will that work? It's almost as if it doesn't want to strike through that. User-defined language. No. It's so funny, it opens up in a different text editor. It doesn't look like it has a strike through. Keywords, comments. Wait a second, cover editor, what the hell? Okay, well yeah, I'm not messing around with that today. Bleh. Okay, whatever. Just gonna say done with that. So the scroll option using texture rect position, that's an interesting one. This is going to be more of a challenge than the last one because currently the information we have is literally just a single float for horizontal speed. We don't even have a float for horizontal direction now I think about it. I need, well, no, I can just make the speed a negative, you know, that works. But we have to run this in process because we want to change the texture's position every frame. We gotta connect this in process, and what's more is we gotta connect this to the texture. So let me write a function. Physics process actually. I hate that it just adds, like, I don't care that delta is a float. I don't care that it returns void. We're not even going to use delta in this one. So I can, like, just not use that. but we need to get all of the texture rects. So let's create a thing here, set it as an array. Actually, we'll just set it to an empty array. And then on setup, actually, when we're creating the texture rects here, there we go. Before we're done with them, we will texture look in spelling, and then append with this texture rect, just to get that actual node. And now in physics process for T and texture rects, T dot, it's interesting. This is going to be really fucky because we have to have it loop around at some point. But for right now, we'll just have it move according to the speed here. Let's see. Okay, this is gonna be so janky. It's gonna move either really fast or really slow. Considering it's moving like a number, it's moving pixels every single frame. Invalid access to property of key position on base object previously freed. Interesting. I don't know when we're freeing these texture rects, but we should. We should not hold on to that reference. Oh, I know when we're freeing them. Actually, layer. Yeah, we're freeing them here. So I guess whenever we set up layers, I will just go dot empty, or what is it? It's not empty, but clear all, or clear. Yeah, clear. That way we won't keep the references to the ones that are already deleted. Now I change the horizontal speed to 2. Let's try that. Yo! Alright, holy shit. Well, it's not great because it actually isn't applying the parallax. And so far, yeah, we will run out of this eventually. That's the other problem. Is that the background isn't infinite, it's just really big. There it goes. Okay, so we got 2 problems here. But both are very fixable. This horizontal speed, we actually we need to do a couple of things. This texture X should be a dictionary, actually. You'll see why in a bit. Instead of appending it, we're gonna set texture X with the key of the layer index, just like we're doing for this one, and we're setting that equal to texture rect So, and I think we can still clear a dictionary like we clear an array. But the other thing is that we want to scale it not just uniformly, we want to scale these things based off of, let's see, based off of their scale. So this is where we can go index it, right? So t is the index, right? So t, and the first one should be 0. If I multiply this by t, layer scales t dot x, which is the horizontal portion of that. Let's try that. It might not work, but it might. Hold on. Oh shit, no fucking way. Have I had that on the screen the whole time? No, that's so frustrating. There's been like a watermark. I did not even notice that. Oh, that's really embarrassing. Golly. Well, this is why it's the first time back stream. Let's see. Invalid access key or key position base type int. Yada 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 yada. Saying that layer scales 0 dot x oh, position, t dot position. Oh. No. Yeah, we're saving these texture X. We're saving those wrong. That's the problem. Let's see. Yeah, texture X dictionary size 5. Okay, so it's not for tn because that just gets us the key. So it's it's this. It's a texture Rex with the key of t, the value equal to that key. Yeah. Is it moving? I don't think it's moving. Speed to 2. Oh. Is that working? Yeah, I think that's working. That's super neat. Let me run that through so I can make a video of that for the Discord, because that is pretty fucking neat. Oh my god, have you guys been seeing my my activate Windows ass thing too? I just been looking at, like, you guys have probably been seeing that too as well now I think about it. Listen, I'm not a cheap fucker. I actually own Windows. It's just I just built a new PC, so it's doing the Windows thing where it's not recognizing the fact that it's the same PC as it always has been. That's... yeah, it's... I look like a cheap-ass hoe. What a disaster. But it works. You cannot complain about that. Oh, but it doesn't fully work. We still need to have it reset at some point. What's interesting is where it should reset. That's something that's like a little bit more complicated. If I run this, let me run this like this, embedded, so that I can check out how far we want it to be. If I go remote, parallax, here's the background layer. And the background layer is actually moving too. I don't know, in like theory, should it be exempt from this? Because it's the farthest back layer. Actually, it will be exempt from this because it's multiplied by a factor of 0. Yeah. But here we can see the position of it is moving. And at some point, it'll get to the point when we'll see the end of it. So we're looking for that white layer, actually. There it is. It was at like 100 pixels, negative 100 pixels, X position. So why? It doesn't make much sense to me. Negative 100 pixels is... What is the distance of this thing? It's 1,000. It's 12,000-ish. 1,300 kind of pixels. Okay. I think I might have an idea here. This level limiter, we have a property here that is being set as 5,000, which is the repeating length. This is how big the texture gets set. And what's noteworthy is that it gets set as 5,000 wide, but it also gets positioned in the middle of that. So we're offsetting it here. No, here. I don't know why I'm not just multiplying by what? Divided by 2 times negative. What the fuck? This is so stupid. I could just multiply this by negative 0.5, is that right? Yeah. Okay, let me just do that. We're setting that as the height if we're tiling vertical, but in this case we're tiling horizontal, so we are setting the position of it backwards by like half of the texture size, right? So in this case that'd be 2,500. Theoretically then, right, if we've got our texture in the center here, just to illustrate, we want to have it repeat when it gets to here, right? The difference between where it starts and where it is here is 2,500. I am almost certain. Pixels. So when can we tell when to repeat it? Well, when its position is equal to 0, 0, because it starts here, but when its x position is equal to 0, we should should change it. Let's pop that in and see what that might look like. Because I'm feeling that's not correct, but that's the right process. Right. So if texture rex position dot x is ever greater than or equal to 0, what do we want to do? We want to set it back to we want to set it back to the starting position, and it should line up properly. But if it doesn't, then we can mess with that. Starting position is, well, the starting position is interesting because it depends on the tile mode. What we could do is we could just set tile mode, and that would set the position. It would reset everything basically. We just have to, it's already got everything. So texture xt set tile mode for it to reset x position to start. Let's pop that bad boy in there and see what it looks like. It's interesting because we might have to do some stuff with this, the way that it's scaled. So theoretically, when this x number gets to 0, we should see it reset. Oh, let's go with the closest one. I saw it reset, but it actually reset. Is it later? It's interesting because it seems like it's not resetting. Like it's resetting at world 0. Yeah. Actually, it's resetting at this position here, which I think is world 0. That's not where we want it to reset. We want to reset it at this edge right here. Or do we, right? That's like a weird philosophical theoretical question, right? It's not going to line up properly. But let's reset it when it hits this left bound, because we're setting at 0, it thinks 0 is here, which it's not wrong. Like it'll reset, yeah, it's like 0 is here, and 0 might even be different. See that layer? Yeah, it's different according to the parallax. So it's more like 0 is here for this layer, 0 is here for this layer, and 0 here for this layer, which is not fun. That means we have to account for parallax. It almost feels like it would be easier just to reset it prematurely, you know, rather than worry about all this nonsense. Like, when it moves one distance over, we should reset it. I think that's that's a more fair assessment. And it also will save us on the texture size, like if we really cared about that. So when it's positioned, not when it's positioned. I'm actually blanking. What did I just say? We're not resetting it on its position, we're resetting it based on when it has moved a full distance of itself. So we know the starting position. The starting position for all of these should be negative 2500. I'm like mostly sure. Let's pop this off and pass it and just double check to make sure that's correct. We got our new level, we got remote. This one starts at 5,000. This one starts at 5,000. Yes. Actually, yeah, they all start at negative 2,500, which is exactly what we want for them. It's also got the Y offset here. This one's got the offset here because it tiles both modes. So that's all like completely as expected. But so taking this one for example, it's negative 2,500. The cloud kind of goes down there. If I just have 2,000. Negative 1,800. Negative 1,600. Have I already lost it? Oh. Oh, I didn't do negative. Is that why? There we go. Okay, so if I do negative 15, is that right? I can't tell if I'm doing that right, but it feels like negative 2,500 and negative 1,000. Negative 1,100. Negative 1,200. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Because that makes sense. Our texture size is 1,300. So if we get to the point that our X position is the negative 2,500 plus the texture size, then we reset. So let's pop that in here, starting with, just starting real basic, right? If position is 2,500 minus, let's start with negative 2,500 minus 1,300, that'll give us, just making sure. I hate this calculator. That's not right. Plus the texture size. Yeah, okay, so once it gets to that position or greater than that position, we want to reset it. But we can change this to be the texture size, which is interesting. because we've currently got the texture rect, but we need to get the texture rect's texture size. So it's something like this, like I guess I can create a var here, or texture width equals dot texture texture rec has a texture 2D, and then we can, from here we can get width, easy enough. Like that. So that's the first one, and then the second one here is more interesting because this is actually just the same thing that we're doing here. We are getting the layer repeating length multiplied by a negative 0.5. And I don't know if I have to do PEMDAS on this, but I just want to be sure. Now if it's met that condition, then we can move over. This will only work if we're moving in a positive direction. So I'll test to see if this works, and if it doesn't, then we'll come back. But if it does, then we're all Gucci. The funny part is I'm not even going to be able to tell if it works or not until it reaches that edge, but like ideally if it's working, then I'm not going to be able to see. Oh, hold on, let me negative, when it gets to 1300, yep, it resets. Let me try that again. When it gets to negative 1200, it should reset. I'm gonna check out to see visually what it looks like. That's awesome. I can't see anything. All right, that's working. It's so funny. It's actually like, if I pop this out here, you can see how it's actually working. There. But when you're zoomed in that much, you can't see that shit at all. That's brilliant. Gosh, that looks pretty too. Are we 2 for 2 on our goals? Kind of, but not just yet. I need to make sure that it works in the other direction too, which I am basically sure it doesn't. Let's see. If it's yada 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 yada, let's do an or. And our other condition here is that the position is greater than or equal to, or less than or equal to, P. If we're moving in the other direction, it's not going to be, the starting position will be still negative 2500, right? But if it's moving in the opposite direction, it will go from negative 2500 to it'll be more than that, is that right? Because we're seeing it go down right now if it moves to the right. and we're going down enough. Actually, it's going up. Fucking negative numbers. Yeah, it's increasing because it's going to negative 1200. So if we are doing the opposite of that, we are going to increase it to just, what is this number? 2500 plus 1300, 3800. That's where we need it to be. So basically, we're checking to see if it ends up being less than negative 3800. So we've got the 2500 here, and we've got the texture width easy. We'll just subtract that, so that'll get us that negative 3800. Now, the thing here is, though, that it'll always be, you know, less than negative... Actually, it won't be less than negative 3800, will it? I think this just might work as is. I'm gonna pop that in here and see if that works. Because if this is still working as is here, then we're literally Gucci. 12. There, it just goes back. And then let's try it the opposite way around. If we pop the speed to -2, alright. And now we watch this guy go, and he's increasing, and when he increases to 3800, he goes back down. Let's go! It just works. Alright. I'm pretty happy with that. God. It's a little bit hypnotic. I kind of want to turn it off. Oh, that's right. When we turn it to 0, okay, it does reset it to the right position. That's nice. That's good. Yeah, let's go. What's the next thing that we can do here? It's 3 things, because we are done with our main goals here. But that's the third thing I want to do, is cleaning up the inspector, like, because it opens and it looks like this, and it's just like, Jesus, man, I can't read that shit. Like, if it's this tall, it'll open like this, and I can't read that, and if it's this tall, it'll open like this, and I still can't read it. It only shows me half this. I hate this sideways scroll bar. So what we should do is we should have this thing probably start big enough to deal with all of these. Or make the font size smaller. Both those things are possibilities. Because we are limited by the font size here horizontally. We could save space on these buttons, like, a little bit. I think I will. Now that I think about it, let me save space on those buttons. If I take this float, it looks like it has, yeah, it's its own custom minimum size. But if we take this boy, for example, it doesn't have a custom minimum size, actually. Interesting. Let's get rid of the minimum size on him. And we don't have an integer either, which is really interesting. It looks like when we are making integers, type int, we are just making the string one visible again. Bro. Why not create a custom thing for that? What also might be fun is changing the color of these things, these buttons, based on what property type it is. It might look more chaotic that way though, so it's a big if. Let's make an integer. And then we can connect it. Connect it on int text submitted. Connect here. Pop it here. I don't care about your string void or that, but we will really just do this. Easy as. None of these have minimum sizes anymore. The string I'll keep with minimum size. Oh wait, hold on. I need to edit this so that when it sees an integer, it opens up int. And it sets the value of it. Cool. So it's smaller now. Still not perfect, because look at how much space is used up. Real estate is just used up by the property name. Let's make it smaller. I can also it's on the button. I don't know why this is a button, by the way. Like, the whole thing should be a button. Yeah, I really don't know why. Because, hold on, like, that doesn't feel right, right? You telling me I don't technically count as selecting the button unless I... Is that really how we're doing it? Yeah, look, it's not highlighted. That being said, like... Yeah, the whole thing should be the button. Well, not really. Okay, well, that's certainly weird. It feels like a holdover from the way it used to be. We could also get rid of these spacers, but I like them as is. Theme overrides, style, font sizes. Oh, that's pretty set in stone actually because of the, yeah, because it's a pixel font. How else can we save space on these things? I think they're pretty strange in the way that they're set up right now. Like the whole thing is that big because of the largest one, right? What is that doing that? Is it the far back tile mode that's doing that? It feels like it is. Because this enum has to have, this enum is a set size. Yeah, and the minimum size is defined by the length of this string here. So it's this very last one that is setting the minimum size of this. How do we change that? And maybe we put the, instead of doing it like this, we put the value underneath it. But that would just make more lines. I also hate the space between the vector too. It's just not great. Let's get rid of that to start with. Like, what is going on here? It feels like it is not shrinking. What is the distance in between these two from? It's so strange. Alignment? No. This is an H box. Oh, that's an H box like that. Yeah, I don't know why we weren't doing that earlier. It could be because of stuff like color we want it to fill. No. We were doing fill earlier, but yeah, let's just try that for a sec. UI code is so difficult. That's okay, it's because we're displaying those. Thankfully it's not code. It's all node hierarchy BS nonsense. So it's got those all lined up like that. It feels better than it was before, but it's still not great because of stuff like this. We're really like limited on our space here, really just because of this guy right here. And what's worse is that this is not expanding anymore because our H box isn't expanding. If I take my string here, this string really should want to expand. can't because this is trying to shrink it, I believe. Let's put some text in here. We don't want to set the minimum size. We want it to set size based on how big it is. Alright, how much text is in there? There we go. So I fill expanded on there. And then here, if I shrink end, it'll shrink it like that. So that's no good. I should fill the entire space, but I will align it on the end so that if I pop these two in here, I don't care about expanding, I just want to shrink. That's so strange. Even with this aligned to the end, I can't tell what's in the way. Oh, that? Really? Okay. Weird. That must have been... Okay. Because it was taking up half of that space. Because it was half the node or something like that. So weird. This is like the weird stuff that just happens in Godot. Okay. Oh, it's still showing those two. That's better. That's better. The whole thing is a bit weird. We're still kissing this guy here. I could make the preceding thing a little bit shorter, but honestly, I think it would be better just to have this panel open to this size. I think it would be the least intrusive thing to do. It wouldn't be the best thing, but to have this be the default size, whatever the size it is now. Or I could just rename far back tile mode to be something a lot shorter. What do we think? I'm actually kind of leaning on the latter. Let's fix that. Because far back tile mode is not very catchy anyways. Okay. We'll save it here. We will go into the background code and we will save it here as well. And this. Let's see if that updates here. Back tile mode. Yes, it does. Alright. Makes things a little bit easier. Nope. Far back tile mode. We need to change it in basically every single instance it's used. Thankfully we have Control F over the entire game. It's so handy and convenient. You could also replace stuff over the entire game, but I feel like that's way more dangerous. Wow, it's thundering out, but it's not really raining. So spooky when that happens. Okie doke. I think we're nearing the end of today's session. It's certainly a lot better than it was. Let's check that. Editor layer, secondary window. Currently, the window size is 230 pixels. Anything smaller than 228 pixels is going to have that layer shoot. Let's see if it's divisible by 16. It basically is. I don't care. We'll make 228 the minimum size of the thing. So we've got the editor scene here. We've got the size reference for the secondary. Instead of 205, we can just make it 228. And that will set the box on startup or like any kind of change, it will set it to be that size. By the way, considering today's like testing for everything anyways, let me know guys how the quality is in terms of YouTube and in terms of Twitch stream. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm streaming at 1080p on both platforms, but I don't know what the bitrate is on either of them. So all the VODs are going to be YouTube basically saves them for me, and that's where all that's going to be archived. But if the bitrate looks weird, or like if stuff isn't legible, I'm going to go back and read, but guys, let me know too, because it's the whole thing of streaming, is it's a lot of tech issues like that. You want to see me kill the bird? I saw this fucker outside my window, and it's like, I have to draw him. He was staying there for way too long, so I did that idle sprite. And then I did the flying sprite. I'm like, alright, well, I'm basically at a new enemy anyways, so I was trying to see how fast I could program a new enemy from scratch, and it took me from start of like making the sprites to when it was finished, it took me like 2 hours. It isn't bad, but I feel like I could do better. Right. Size ref, that's what we wanted. It's a little bit, well, it's a lot bigger actually. I don't like how tall that is. Why is it that tall? It's almost as if it's not clamping to the right Y size. Take a look at this, right? What if we clamp this Y size at 100 just to test? This is a minimum size, but we're really defining it as a maximum here. Like that works. This doesn't. Why on earth? It's as though this resizes properly and this doesn't resize properly. And whatever code is making that chooch is not connected here at all. Let's take a look. Set up windows. Let's see. The main size, its position. Okay, here we go. We're only really defining the size X on that secondary window. I don't know why we are. Let's pop that. And then if I set that to 100, okay, interesting. Oh, it doesn't even need to be that minimum size. I don't know why. I don't know what the code I wrote before necessarily does, but that seems to have fixed it. Let's pop this boy here. Alright, yeah, that fixes it. This could go down a little bit further, I feel. Like we really could expand all the way down there. Consider, oh, actually, no. Because we're actually printing stuff down here. So if I set horizontal speed to 1, it should, yeah, it's gonna print stuff here. So I like to keep that open. It feels, this, I really want to make the text smaller. To do that, I'd probably have to create a new font, honestly. But we have one, which is really interesting. Let's see if I can pop that in here. We have 2 fonts, and I might create a third that's kind of in between. That might be something to do tonight. I don't know how late I'm going to go, but I wasn't planning on staying like way too much longer. I love this font. This is based on the Cave Story font. This is a custom font called, I believe I called it something like Welcome Home, because that's one of the lines of dialogue that Sue says in Cave Story that I was referencing to make the font. But if I go theme, here's the editor theme. So all these buttons are using this Welcome Home font. Welcome back, that's what it is. But I could really instead, I could set an override for this button, and I could change the font to, let's see. I need to clean these up, don't I? Wow. Momo, Mono, Momo Extended. Okay. That's going in the list of things to do, actually. At one point, I had Momo as my main font, but I needed to remake it, so I made Momo Extended. Let's see. Nope. Some of these are the TTF, and some of these are the resource. Yeah, I need to clean up these fonts. Momo Digit Mono, Momo Extended. Oh, and these T-Res resources, I don't know if we even use these anymore in Godot. I think these might be obsolete. So I'm actually gonna need to take a big dive into that. But the mono font is monospaced, and that's good for numbers. I might put that as numbers, but this Momo font was meant to be small, legible, and narrow. It's actually based off the Discord font. I don't know what they use, but it was the old Discord font. Now I think about it, back when they used some random Windows font. Nowadays, I remember when they switched, everyone hated it, but okay. If I set that to that, let's just see how it looks. I hate that it lacks the boldness of the of the other one, but you know, function over form, all of that. Yeah. Oh man. It's harsh. It's harsh to look at. And does it even make this smaller? It only makes it smaller by like a little bit, by about this much safe. Like, we save this much space on it, basically. What happens if I change all of these to use it as well? We could save more space like that. Change all these line edits to override the font, quick load, Momo Extended. It's gonna look weird. Ew. It's gross. It works for the strings. These look great like that. I will keep it like that. Oh, I need to change these. The enum. Yeah, I'm not even using the monospace font. I should be. But it really only matters for stuff stacked on top of each other. If it's a line edit like this, it doesn't matter as much. Oh, it's so weird. I like the way it looks though. I just realized that this arrow icon is the default one. How thin can we get this boy? It seems like it's not thin at all, actually. it's almost as if like the size of these are excessively large now. Why are they that large? Like, we're not setting a default size on these, I'm pretty sure. We're not, but we are setting a size. But it's being determined by everything else here. So strange, why is there a minimum size here? Auto array. Is it like a max length issue, or is it the line edit itself? Maybe it's a constant clear style. It would have been a theme override if it was one of these things. Is it because we've got it on expand? No. Do line edits really have a base size in the theme? Let's check. Line edit. Minimum spaces 4? Is that right? What if we save this? Minimum spaces, save. That doesn't seem to... Minimum character width. Is it this thing? Oh, because minimum spaces. Yeah, it's this thing. God. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Let's pop that in there. Actually, I gotta pop this down. That's so weird. They must have changed the name of the variable, which is why it wasn't like recording that information anymore. They do that all the time. Okay. That is fine, but it should be... Like, we really do need it to expand to the size that it is. Right now it's just shrinking to that size. It would make more sense for these floats, for the sake of these floats, to set the minimum size to something a bit smaller. Because we are still limited by... It's still this back tile mode that's crashing into the side there. It's this guy. And it's that because of the word horizontal, which is way too long, and this icon here. So let's expand those a little bit. In the theme, we can set the main character with the 3, and in the enum, it is a option button, and we can set the option button's arrow to a texture. Actually, we can probably find one here. Option arrow. Okay. It really doesn't make it that much smaller, but UI design doesn't come overnight. And I'm certainly not a UI designer. Oops. Let's put on another album. It's getting a bit quiet here. I can last 49 minute album. And then I'll just kind of call it done at the end of that. Okay, it's better. That looks better. It's still very thin for this. Wait, it's all on the same line now. I think this contrast is just too high for how thin it is. Like, the numbers look good. This, it's kind of almost illegible without any kind of shadow or anything. That's why I like the thicker text. I could add a drop shadow though to it. But let's see how much bigger it is. But that's the minimum size, and it is on my screen right now 447 in width. And if we change button back to the default, let's see how much bigger that is. Should I do it like that? Yeah, it's like 470. That ain't even close. It really does help to make that font. It's ugly, but it works, so I can't really complain. I could add a drop shadow to it. Or can I? Font variation. System font. Interesting. So it looks like font variation replaced the T-Res fonts. Yeah. Spacing, open tight features. Interesting. embolden. Interesting. That is a weird fake bold thing going on there. Face index. Open type, true type face index. That's so interesting. These are all bitmap fonts, so icon, huh? Style? No. That's just for the icon. It looks like creating a font variation really just adds a lot of nothing burger options. Like, there was way more options with T-Res fonts, but I don't know if we have that anymore. Let me just try it. Yeah, unable to preview font. It can't read those T-Res fonts anymore. So interesting. Either way, let's be good on our other promises here. So we've cleaned up the... Let's see... Layer scales and height offset variables for yada 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 yada. Let's clean up the property button singles. No, we didn't do that. But we did clean up the inspector. Next thing, let's delete some of these unused fonts and make sure that they actually are unused. I've got... Asset UI font, and I've got the true type files. Yeah, so there's Momo. I wonder if it can show me all the glyphs. Yeah, okay, so there's a list of stuff in Momo, and it goes that long, and then it's got a little bit of Latin 1 supplement. It's only got a couple of things, but if we go to Momo Extended, it's got all the way up to Latin Extended A. It doesn't have Latin Extended B, but it's got way more symbols. It's just way more complete as a font. Looks like it doesn't have all of them, but it's good enough to be used. And also, importantly, because this is our font that I wanted to use for reading dialogue, I don't know if I'm going to go with that now or not, but I wanted, as a baseline, to be able to have all of these symbols, Latin symbols, so that we can translate it. Godot, apparently, I've heard, has a very robust translation localization feature, where you can create different dialogue and stuff. Sorry, my chair broke. So having the symbols was gonna be necessary. Okay, so with that said, let's just get rid of Momo. It's not necessary anymore. Let's see what uses it. Dependencies, the T-Res files for these ones will be deleted, and then the TSCN file for level button, which is not the one we're on right now. Okay, so let's instead get rid of those T-Res resources, because we don't need like Momo digit mono T-Res, Momo button T-Res, Momo 2, welcome back 2x, welcome back button. I can't even, let's see, is there a way to view dependencies? Okay. No, not its dependencies, but owners. Okay. That's the problem, is that a lot of this nonsense, like editor theme, is apparently using it as default font. Is that right? Probably, yeah, T-Res, but our default font is TTF, so we can delete this. Yeah, I don't know even why, it's so random with all of these. Like, we're using the base version of it here. We're using the button version of it on the label. This might clear up a lot of stuff, actually. I don't know why we have a button version. I think it's because it's centered, like vertically or something. But again, that should just be an option on the button itself. It shouldn't be an issue with this. Okay. So we've got that saved. Let's check the owners, and next one is dialogue theme. So we can see dialogue theme is using the T-Res, but let's have it be using the TTF, and then we don't want any of these using that. We'll save that. What else is dependent on you? Welcome back button. Floating. I don't even know why we have a floating theme. I guess this must be for the pause menu. I gotta clean up these themes as well. I'll add that to the list, but just later on. That's not a tonight kind of thing to do. Let's see, floating uses the T-Res, which we don't care about. We also don't care about any of you. Here. I don't know why I overrided the font for all of these things. I must have not realized that there's a base font. Yeah, that's so funny. It's not funny because it's tragic. Okay, let's view the owner's inset menu. Inset menu, you are using the T-Res, so we will switch you to the TTF. And we will delete you. Having like all these like various themes is nice, but I need to pare down, right? Themes are only being used in like one place and they're like copies of other themes, that's no good. Okay, now that welcome back button has no owners, we can safely delete it. Let's view the owners of this one. There's a lot more. Okay, dialog box calls this an owner because it's probably the rich text box, or one of these ones. But is this even show in file system? Is this outdated? No, it's not. Okay, I wish it was. are we adding a theme override? We are. Fonts. We've got the bold font as the T-Res. I don't know why we need a bold font. But if we do, there it is. And then we can save that. Okay. Life. How you settling in, Ash? You got like an hour left. It feels like nothing's changed, kinda. Going back to all this. I feel like I'm back in, oh my god, 2023 was it? Last time I streamed like this and I did the exact same thing. Feels like nothing's changed at all. Same desk, just different apartment, different place around me. Different town, different city. But like the setup and what I see in front of me is almost the exact same thing. Sometimes life is like that. Alright. State label, huh? I think this might be the state label for Juniper. Laputa theme menus. You are using the resource, you should be using the TTF. Save you. You are you still using these? God. It's because of the button thing. And I think that whole weird button thing is irrelevant now because it will always center the text on buttons. Or there's more options for it at the very least. There wasn't when I started the game 4 years ago. Exactly, bro. Things change, they stay the same. I feel like I'm getting closer to Laputa being a thing, though. If I can keep this up. I've done, like... I think I've done... Well, not really. I've done 3 days this week. I was gonna say 4, but the first one was just me messing around with the RGB on my PC. Yeah. Right, so... Default font is the resource. It's all busy work. Not the worst thing in the world, but at least we got some good jams. Plus, this is the stuff I'd like to be doing late night anyways, now that I think about it, right? You know, I've been shockingly fine. I don't know why. Maybe it's my eating habits are bad, but I've been completely fine with not eating dinner. I didn't even snack this afternoon. I don't know what's up. As long as you're taking in like fluids, water, I mean. It makes me like think that I'm losing weight, but I'm certainly not. There has to be some way that I'm eating like, like it's just at a different time of the day that I'm not realizing that I'm eating. Because there's no way I'm just accidentally fasting. Who knows? It's always good to take care of your health. Sometimes it's a balancing act. Oh, this will be interesting actually. Now I think about it, tomorrow's Friday, yeah? Which means I gotta take my graphics card out of this PC tonight. Who knows? I ate sweets today, so I cannot say. Actually, you know what? I ate. No. This is terrible. You know those like. So they have at work. They have one of those like gas station kind of like setups, and I'm tempted by the snacks every single day. Usually I don't go for them. Actually, that's not true. I go for them about half of the days, but that's only because I forget to pack stuff, or I just don't have stuff to pack. I'm not talking about full meals. I'm talking about like getting a granola bar. Usually it's sweets. Usually it's sweets when I forget to pack sweets and I need a little bit of extra something. But today I got one of those. They're so good, but I swear to God, they like are killer for calories. That's must where like they all went. It's got like at least 1,000 calories, I bet you. Because I read on the back there, it's like 100% of your sugars, and that's like no good. But it was one of those fucking apple pie thingamajigs, right? That comes in a little like multi-layer plastic bag, you know, where it's foil on the outside and plastic on the outside. You can't recycle those at all, but they're not going there anyways. You get one of those and you heat it up and it tastes exactly like a McDonald's apple pie. I burned the roof of my mouth on it, but it's the best thing ever. The thing is just pure sugar though. There's no getting around that. I was not losing calories on not eating this dinner. I was gaining those calories on eating like fucking one of those things. It's small too. Yeah, that's absolutely why I don't feel hungry tonight. I don't know. I don't know who to trust with diet stuff. I don't need to diet, but in general, it's nice to have that information out there. And so diet stuff is like, it's the same thing as makeup and like beauty stuff. It's like there is no information out there. There's only misinformation. Like I'm somebody who trusts Wikipedia for like most things, and I don't know if I could like even go on Wikipedia to get advice like that. It's all like columns and stuff like that written by people trying to get you on their shit. They're trying to sell you something. I do not trust that. I trust that as much as I trust like tech reviews, which is not at all. You know. But the difference is, like, I understand, okay, makeup, there's a product. Tech, there's a product. For health, the product is literally your health. The product, there should ideally be no product, right? There shouldn't be a program, there shouldn't be, I have to sell you this information. Because I don't trust that shit. There should just be, like, everyone's body is different, right? But there should be some objective fact and truth when it comes to dieting, right? But I don't know. I mean, maybe that's the job of a nutritionist, isn't it? So there is objective fact in there. There's science in there. But at the same time, aren't they like also the people who are like, okay, you should do keto. You should like not eat any carbs whatsoever. Which, by the way, that is the most insane one to me. If you talk to people who are on keto, they're like, yeah, I need to get the calories in, so I didn't want to eat anything, so I'm actually just directly referencing Doug here, but he talked about being on keto and and just drinking fucking olive oil to get calories, like not even eating to enjoy food, but it's like, all right, I need these calories and I need them in the form of fat because this diet requires them to be in fats rather than in carbs for whatever reason, which I don't know, that sounds like worse for your health, but I'm not the expert there. But that's gotta be that cannot be good for you. Not only is it not pleasant, but it's not good for you. There's no way that's good for you. There's no way that's the thing to do. Gosh, this is a jam. This is Macroblank, the Exiled Lords. You're listening to Don't Lie to Me. Number 6 on the album. I like his stuff. Even though he's literally just a rip-off of Haircuts for Men, he's doing more stuff, and he comes up with albums way faster than I can listen to them. Plunderphonics and all that. But I hear even Macroblank is an old hat now. Like, it's so funny. Like, Zoomers every year they discover a new guy doing the exact same thing, and they're like, "Whoa, it's such a new, interesting sound." I did that diet. I was eating cream cheese by the block for Ash. That's like, that's no way that's good for you. There's no fucking way. There's no way that you save weight by eating cream cheese by the block, which, by the way, there has to be meals. There has to be keto meals. It cannot just be people eating like going to fucking what is that? Big Lots food. What the fuck is that shit called? Midwestern bulk food store. It cannot just be going there and like buying the largest tub of like cream cheese and just going to town with a spoon. That cannot be like the entire population of, you lost 20, oh no. You tell me you got results on this shit. That ain't right. Hold on, that ain't right. How is that right? I believe if you cut sugar, you would, but, okay. No, I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I believe that you lost 24 pounds. I do not believe that it was as a result, because you were working out, right? You were working out at the same time, right? So you were, Costco, there you go. I have a feeling you were working out, and I have a feeling that you were eating less food in general because a lot of snacks are carbs, right? Anything sweet's carbs, anything that's like bread or any kind of grain is a carb, and that's like 90% of snacks right there in it. I have a feeling if you did the same workout routine and you didn't snack or eat any sweets, you would see comparable results. Not the same, but comparable. That just might be me though. Anyway. focus on this. Bro, inventory. Oh my god. Is this what our inventory looks like? I have not seen this in forever. Yeah, did we know we had an inventory screen for this game? I don't even know if it opens anymore, to be honest with you. Alright. I guess somewhere here. Panel. Header. Here we go. Theme overrides. Fonts. Save that. And we currently... Yay, we have no owners for this guy, so we can delete him. Who owns this guy? The shop menu needs a 2x version of the font? I think you don't. I think you would just need a one-time version of the font. And if you really needed that, then... sorry. This is such an old menu anyways. I'm thinking I'm not even gonna do shops like this anymore. I'd rather have the shop be populated by real items a la shit. What was that game? Spelunky. I want to do a Spelunky style shop where it's just items out in the open on pedestals. I feel like that you get to interact with the world a little bit more like that. Cream cheese do be good, huh? Alright, yeah, I don't know why I had to 2x that, because it didn't even change anything when I removed it. Key config is using move digit no spaces, which is interesting. There's another menu that's so outdated. It's a good question on... Ew, I'm using all of these labels? Are you kidding me? Good thing I can select them like that and go to theme overrides, fonts, and then replace this with Momo extended. Yes. I don't need it to be monospace, to be honest with you. No owners. No owners. No owners. This is great. Removing an entire file or folder from the game would be so nice. I don't know why I was using, look at that, looked so ugly before. That was the problem with all the scaling, honestly. Key guide, whoa, what the hell? This, oh my god. Debug info. This is another weird, outdated screen. This is why I should probably do UI stuff last. All these weird, outdated UI screens that are not being used anymore. And they got like terribly, weirdly scaled font sizes. Yeah. Ew, it does it for both of them. Okay. There we go. One more owner, the file preview. Ah, this still looks good. Comparatively. I think this is just a mock-up though, actually. That's why it looks good and it hasn't changed since. Yeah, this is absolutely just a mock-up. God, is that how long ago I made this mock-up? That hurts. Or maybe this is the this might be the date that I started making Laputa. I have no idea. It was around then. Okay. I can finally delete Momo, and I can delete the UI font folder. Let's go. Now we've just got the assets UI font folder. And we've got only a couple to clean up here. Momo, view owners, level button. Yeah, all these old ones are weirdly scaled like that. Font file. Weird. No owners for Momo, so goodbye. Let's see. Momo Digit Mono has no owners as well. Interesting. Debug info still uses Momo Mono, but I think it's the new version. So what I can do here is I can rename Momo Extended to just Momo. Re-import it. Please don't break everything because of that. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, and then let's double check Momo Mono. Yes, it is the updated version with all the extra glyphs. So we have effectively fixed all the fonts in the game. Nice. Next thing. We got 2 more to do today. But do I feel like doing them? Let's do this one. This one's easy. Update the layer scales and height variables for the different levels. It's because these The level limiters will start with dictionary size 0. And I think if we pop them in, it'll break the game. So let's try popping them in. That one will not work. Okay. Dogtown interior testing works. Instead, let's load the tiled planes on that. And then on default, let's also load the tiled planes. Let's see if that fixes anything. So that works. And save the level. Default load. That one still doesn't work. Let's check this. Yeah, that's all good. Default though has dictionary size 0, so I really just got to int this and then float this and actually two, three. Float to actually 1, 2, 3. Save that. Open it up. So when you're on keto, right, you can eat fat, you can, because you can, what? Like, aren't there 3 sources of energy that our body gets, right? It's carbohydrates, it's fats, and then it's, is it protein is another source of calories, I believe? It might be. And I remember that there's like the 3 of them break down in different, what do you call it? They break down in different times. So the fastest, like, our bodies like to dissolve sugars the fastest, which is why they give you energy right away. Then they like to dissolve, or maybe proteins might not be a source of energy. They might just be the things that you like rebuild off of. So don't take me on fact for that one. But your body's like to break down sugars first, then starches, then maybe proteins if that's a thing, then fats, which is why fat like stores the best, stays along for the longest, right? And the idea is that, oh, if you want to, you know, lose weight, then you want to burn fat, right? Which is like, I get that. So you don't want to be eating carbs because you'll just be burning carbs then, like when you exercise. So I get staying away from that, but I don't know. There's something in there. Like, what can you eat if you're doing keto? You can do like eggs, and you can do protein, you can do meats, you can do veg, right? So I guess it still is a lot of things. It's not the most restrictive diet ever. Just a lot of things that we eat tend to be carbohydrates. I can imagine like feeling like shit in the morning though on keto, like relying on coffee, like without any kind of immediate energy. It's rough to start, I believe it. So this works now. That ain't much to see. Like, look at this. All of these fucking dumbass enemies that like have been broken for fucking ever. Like, what the hell? This guy, like, he wasn't broken earlier, but that's kind of funny. I mean, it makes sense. I made him standable, and what the hell? I'm spawning a beetle outside the map too. This is a fucked up test level. Alright. So we have fixed this. Clean up the property button, signal and names. This I'm going to save, I think, because I want to change the way that it gets entered, and at this point I'm just getting a bit fatigued of streaming. And we're 4 minutes away from the end of the album, so it's a good time to wrap up. Instead, this isn't on themes, but to do would be force update on edit, and instead of enter property button. That's a goal. So now that we got this, we gotta work in. Pop this off. I'm gonna not save that. Not save that. Get that, get those changes. So what have we done? Updated background code. That's the main thing. And I might as well just pop these in here. Big changes. Finish out this stream by showing some character stuff that I was messing around with recently. actually get rid of 2 of these files. Because I'm not going to be using those anymore. But here was like character concept in color. This was the document I was working on for a long time. But I think I've been moving over to... I didn't just delete it, did I? No, there it is. I'm moving over to this document. It's a little bit more eye-harshening. But without that background layer, I guess you can see it a little bit easier. Some new character stuff. I've been sorting them in terms of where they would go in the game. So like Dogtown, the winter level, capital city, people who are aligned with corporation, and then miscellaneous is all of these guys here. Added some new characters here. They're so rough around the edges, and I am definitely not finished with them. But one of the ideas I'm thinking of having more of is that what really makes characters feel like in the world rather than just kind of sitting around here is having like busy work kind of do. So he's like a sushi chef, I don't fucking know, something like that, right? I want more characters behind desks because that's where you see people a lot in the real life. You know, being able to just be in a position where you can talk to them, but they're able to do something at the same time. I was reading up about like Oblivion Radiant II, thinking about that remake coming out, like how they're gonna do that. And that's an idea, right? It's not appropriate for Laputa because Laputa it's just a different kind of game than Oblivion. It's not open world. It's not. It's exploratory, and it is meant to be like each character is unique in their personality, their interests, etc. But their interactions with each other, which is like the heart of Radiant II, like that whole system is characters interacting with other characters, isn't really something that's something I want to plan out for Laputa. It's interesting. It makes for good story moments, but having that planned is more of a thing than having it be spontaneous, right? There's no real good way to do that except implementing a system like Radiant II. Anyways, I'm rambling a bit, but characters in place, characters with busy work, even thinking about characters with schedules, although I know I'm not going to get to that. Most of these NPCs are just going to walk around an area, and then at some point in the story, once a certain flag is met, they're going to move to a different area, you know. Very much Cave Story-esque, where it's just like, there's a lot more characters to keep track of with this alone, and I plan to fill this out pretty heavily, especially in the capital city. I want there to be tons and tons of characters. And I want dialogue options too for all of them. One of the things that, like from the very beginning, from back when this was like more of an offshoot branch of Pocketbot, another game that I was planning on making, dialogue with characters, I want there to be expansive amounts of it, right? So breadth over depth, that is. Even if they're saying like 1 or 2 lines per thing of dialogue, it works because we got a silent protagonist, and you know, you can only, what's that, lassie, like so many times, right? But to counteract that, I don't know if I have it here. I don't have a good visual example of it, but one of the things that I was planning on doing was having a topic system. This is already into the game. It's just, it needs to be implemented in the NPCs themselves. But The idea is that Juniper, as your main character, can store a number of different topics about stuff around Laputa, about the world, and these topics you can ask about them to different people. So it's very much like how some of these open world games have worked before, and even some of these really old like PC adventure kind of games. Um, but in a way where you add upon this as your knowledge of the island expands, as your knowledge of the world and people and concepts expand. Whether all NPCs can talk about all topics, it's probably not going to be like that, but having the option to ask about all of them is something I want to plan out. That way you can go really deep into not just, hey, how's it going? Tell me something deep, you know, those two options, right? But you can expand into you controlling the conversation and really getting at the heart of what you want to talk about. Even stuff like RPGs have characters that seem kind of shallow, right? You talk to them, and then you talk to them again, maybe. I know games like Undertale tried to co-opt this expectation, but it still works on the same expectation that you talk to them again, right? There will be NPCs where it's like you will talk to them, they will only talk to you about this topic, right? They're giving you a quest, they're giving you a goal, something's urgent, they're just going to talk about this, right? But for all these other people, like, if we're going to say that, you know, these two characters are important and then all of these characters are not important, then they should have a reason to exist. Rather than, like, aside from just, you know, walking around and making a comment here or there, they should be their own personalities, characters, and they should use the dialogue to their advantage to become like that. So I have a lot of ideas for their personalities. I might even go and make some kind of compendium of just what their names are and what they're like as a baseline for writing. At this point, I haven't put pen to paper on... Well, I have a list of dialogue stuff that I do want to write down. Things will come to me during the day, and it's just like, okay, that's a cool line, I can maybe say that at some point in the story. But when it comes to main script character dialogues, I have zilch yet. To be most real, I'll show you this as the last thing, you guys in the stream and any VOD watchers. The very, very last thing, at how far we've come with the story, and this big, huge ass living document where all of Laputa's planning and story lives, right? And this is like the heart of it, honestly. You're on Twitch, so you high VOD people, you will not be archived. They will not be able to read that message because it's going to be archived via YouTube. It's so funny. Restream is weird. I feel weird like addressing people in YouTube and Twitch at the same time because it's like half of you people are not going to be able to read the other half's messages. In a fast chat room, it makes sense, but I feel like I have... Maybe I should put one of those chat things up and put even more text on the screen. I'll get a setup eventually. So we've got, and a lot of these descriptions are outdated, but we've got a series of events here that lead us through the story. And we kind of go through 4 seasons here in 4 arcs, but I'm actually going to be working on the game in little like chunks that are about 1/3 in size. So the first chunk is this section right here, The second chunk is this section. Yeah. The third chunk will probably be this or just this last. So maybe 3 or 4 chunks. The demo, and this is what I'm going to be pushing towards the end of the year. If not just the beta, right? Because that was my yearly goal at the start of this year 4 of development. That by day 1, year 5, beta of the game is out there and playable. But if that goes well enough and that's done early, it depends really on what pace I'm working at. If I continue this pace, it might be sooner rather than later. But then the next goal will be completing the demo. That is, making the whole first third of this game completely playable and polished to the best of our ability. That's not just me, but that's the person who I tentatively have music going for Laputa, and the person, Kat, who I'm working with doing backgrounds for Laputa, and anyone else who gets added to the team later, because that's another thing. I have connections and I have friends, and I'm getting better at managing people when it comes to Laputa. That was something I was very afraid to touch on for years, is where people other than myself fit into this project. It can feel very chaotic, very isolating, just being like, I'm going to work on this, I'm the only one going to be working on this. Anyone else can do supplemental stuff, but I won't let them into the game itself, right? I'm realizing now that I can kind of partition off the game into different sections so that nobody's stepping on each other's toes, so that everyone's directing their own piece of the game, and I can still oversee them without micromanaging. I'm getting better at that, so I'm less afraid of taking people on. As long as it's not coding, I guess, because I'm shit at coding, but I don't trust anybody else's code, because I don't know, I can't read it. By the way, here's a side view map of that first section. Involves us, this is like back to foreground, but our first level is that train level. We go to Dogtown, we go through the ancient tunnels back to Dogtown. We go through the wastes, which is the level with all the grass that you've been seeing a lot. Go down to the caves, to the Cloud Factory, back through the wastes to Dogtown, and then we move on to the Wintertown. Actually, no, this is part 2 of the game, and so is this. Something happens on our way to the Wintertown, and we end up in the ravine where part 2 of the game starts. So, and I was talking about Kat, about different times of day. Like, if this happens in day, then like, what is the time going to be on these things? Doing that would be really interesting. It would also be extra labor for changing the background and changing the tile set, both to be recolored basically and reshaded based on the time of day. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but it's one of those things where if we end up doing it, I only want to do it once. Because it grows exponentially. Like, do I have to have a daytime? Do I have to have a nighttime? Do I have to have a sunset version of this tile set? I don't want to be doing all that stuff. I'd only like to be doing it once if I have to create day-nights for a thing. That is saying, I should clarify there that it's not a day-night cycle as in like time passes, but rather as we move through and return to an area that we've been to previously, time has passed, and so it will change from day to night or twilight or whatever makes sense according to the story. Um, so there's that. Really optimistic about this next year of development, and I want to get back on that horse. I have been back on that horse. I haven't just been sitting my thumb for the last, I don't know, let's see, like 4 months at the very least. I've been getting back on development and really crunching out the stuff that needs to be crunched. Um, with the sight ahead, the foresight, and a little bit more perspective when it comes to developing, I think I can make the process even more efficient. Setting goals and all that stuff, and also doing stuff like this because it keeps me motivated, keeps me focused, and keeps me organized way better than it is in my own head. So I'm looking forward to all this stuff, and the scariness of doing. Gosh, there's probably like 20 tile sets, including like small areas. That is, you can't look at all that at once. Yeah, you got to look at that in small chunks. And I think this first third area over here being the focus of development will be a good start. Because after that, demo releases, then either Kickstarter starts or I get signed up with a studio to publish it, right? And provide funding for it, because that's the real goal. If I can hire some of my friends along the way, that'll be great. I have a friend who is interested in working on animations for the game, but I've got to hire him for it. I'm just not just gonna make him work for free. So there's kind of the once I get there, I'll get there. But his animations are amazing, and he would be great for doing boss fights for the game, because that is a whole hell I don't even know if I want to get into. Yeah. Either way, excited to keep going. Might hop in with streams once a week, once every other week, or less. We'll see what happens, but things will get more professional as it goes on out. So I look forward to seeing you guys again. If I'm not doing one of these dev streams, I might be doing just a game stream. I got a new PC rig, so I gotta have an excuse to use it. So whatever it is, I hope I see you guys around. I'm gonna head off and hope you guys have a good night.